Good to see you. Oh, wait, you connect. Solon, good to see you, my friend. How are you?
Yeah, good. Thanks. How you doing?
Good, man. Good, good. Just kind of going through some of this stuff. Yeah. What's going on?
Can I invite some people while you entertain?
Yeah, no problem. Kind of like I'll in real time last night when we were sitting on that call with Elon and the BBC, like we knew it was going to be huge, especially how it went. But I guess I just didn't really consider what it actually looked like today. And I got to admit, the fallout is absolutely crazy. What's going on today on Twitter with Elon and NPR, and it's just wild, man. It's wild to see. It kind of changes the dynamic, doesn't it? So we had ended the space.
Basically,
go ahead.
I agree with you. I mean, he basically went on a. It was really good because he exposed like the mainstream media. Like it was just the best move he made was putting it on Twitter Spaces.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, there's no editing and arguing back and forth about context or they said this or they didn't say that. No, we all heard it. We all heard the whole interview. We were there. And I thought Alex asked excellent questions, and that Doge guy was pretty funny, and Ian. So that was cool. And then we got to do kind of he's right here in front of me. I'm looking at Twitter, Doge designer. So that's pretty neat. It should be interesting to see what comes out of that, because I believe he's visiting this week 2 Twitter offices. So that'd be interesting to see what comes out of that. But obviously, we're going to be talking about China, Taiwan today.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, what surprised me the most from yesterday, even now, is the fact that the guy was just so ill-prepared, so incompetent, lazy. Like, how can you do such a bad interview?
What was worse? Well, and so there's some people that have been fair with him today, saying, the tried and true way that they used to be reporting was somebody said something, or this group that he mentioned, which I'm actually looking at. I'm trying to find it real quick. What was it? The strategic. What was the group called? Strategic.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah. They're basically funded by Bill Gates amongst various other people. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. And they've come out today with a bunch of rebuttals or examples that he couldn't provide on the call, but that they found and dug up. And I had never heard of this group before until last night, and then I saw them today.
All right, that's interesting. What were these examples?
I'm trying to find it real quick. Let me see if I can. Strategic, Institute for Strategic Dialogue. So I'll find the. Okay, so they put a whole thread together. Okay, let's see. Let me see if I can find that thread, because they put a whole thread together in response. Yeah, so 7 hours ago, they said ISD's research on hate speech and extremism on Twitter was referenced in James Clayton's interview with Elon Musk, a thread on our findings and others. So as you go through it, it says, our study with CASM technology found a robust methodology that is laid out in the report sustained 2 times rise in English language anti-Semitic speech. Just the typical stuff that we've even heard on Spaces. In the period since Musk's Twitter acquisition, our study found that the rate of creation of anti-Semitic accounts tripled. And that might actually be true, because there were probably a lot of accounts that were banned and then amnesty happened, right? So that's probably true. But then they're saying engagement with anti-Semitic content remains steady despite promises to deboost and demonetize hate speech. The study also found that an increased proportion of anti-Semitic content appears to have been taken down since Musk took over. However, this has not kept pace with the absolute increase in anti-Semitic content on the platform. Studies like this will become harder with upcoming changes to Twitter's API, shutting out substantial sections of civil society from data access. If Musk is confident Twitter's improving, he should be willing to have that independently verified. So what they're saying right there, if you guys remember, was all these like third-party moderation groups and these global moderation teams that were connecting through the API that were just, censoring, deboosting, suspending accounts and posts and everything else. And that's what they're referencing right there. And they're saying, Musk, if he really wants Twitter to improve, he better give those teams access again so they can get back to censorship. And then says Musk asked the BBC to provide examples of hate speech on Twitter. Perhaps one way of demonstrating why the problem is perceived to have worsened is the presence of verified accounts which are explicitly white supremacist. And there's that word.
So
I mean, again,
basically, this is what you'll always see with these journalists and these mainstream media people. They'll never provide substantial statistics to back their point up. They'll never provide substantial data. It's all like, oh, guess what? There's an account we don't like, and therefore there must be much more of this form of hate speech. They tried this with the BBC article, which I did break it down, but essentially, the whole thing was the journalist said she messaged somebody else, and they were just doing like some kind of test between each other, and then that proved that there was increase in hate speech.
Exactly right. Actually, so you said you broke down a thread on this?
Yeah. On the first hit piece by the first BBC hit piece against Elon, I did a thread on it, and what's funny is the BBC reporter literally just stuck to that article, so he didn't do any more research. So Elon, as long as he knew how to hit back, which he obviously did, it was easy to like basically destroy him.
Yeah. And I kind of had made the comment earlier today when I saw that Twitter was just on fire with what happened last night. I said, this really changes the game where Elon Musk, besides maybe Trump, is probably the most sought after interview in the world. And yet now they're going to have to actually approach it intellectually honestly. Like it's one thing to have your own opinions. Like I'm cool with you having a bias or an opinion, but like if you want to present yourself as a journalist, then you have to try your best to be, unbiased. I mean, sure, some of your questions can probably touch on your biases, but it can be answered intellectually honestly by the interviewee. And so that's just I don't believe personally. This is just my own opinion, not the whole room's. That he didn't approach the interview like that. It was the opposite of that last night. So
yeah, so it was a flop. So moving back to this issue that we're doing right now, can you provide us with an update of what was happening earlier on today?
With China, Taiwan. Yeah. So one of the things that's interesting is the Taiwan Affairs Office, right? And they're saying basically, so in Taipei, they're saying, why can't we go back to, we need to adhere and stay to like the 1970s policy of one China principle, where Taipei is actually China and mainland China is the, socialist, Maoist, revolutionary group that took over a country, but Taiwan is the one true China. That they're pushing on that because they are commenting that at least the Taiwanese government and officials are commenting that they believe that an invasion could be imminent. But again, I've kind of gone back and forth on this, but that is an additional. It's kind of like a call to the West and to the United States saying, hey, this is what we agreed upon in the 70s and the 80s. So, and they're saying that so yesterday there was still Chinese aircraft, ships remained around Taiwan after the drills ended. Chinese warplanes and Navy ships were still in the waters around Taiwan on Tuesday. And the island's defense ministry said yesterday, after the end of the 3-day of war games, as Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen criticized Beijing for its, quote, irresponsible behavior. China began the exercise on Saturday after Tsai returned to Taipei following the meeting in Los Angeles with McCarthy, if you guys remember. That was out of an article out of Reuters. And then today as well, interestingly enough, so Warren Buffett says geopolitical tensions were a, quote, consideration in the decision to sell most of Berkshire Hathaway shares in a global chip giant, TSMC, which is based in Taiwan, right? The 92-year-old Oracle of Omaha shed light on the investment call in Tuesday interview with Japanese news agency Nikkei. He was quoted as saying that TSMC is a well-managed company but that Berkshire had better places to deploy its capital. So, I mean, there's some movement here. That's not too surprising to me. But again, is this something that's imminent? It looks like we're getting some of our speakers in here, so I want to start moving around the panel. But again, is, I guess the question really is, Suleiman, and maybe we can go to the guest afterwards. Is it really in China's best interest to actually invade? Or is it more likely that they would try to, essentially, their policy of trying to infiltrate and change from within? That way they're not, because even governments in the East probably wouldn't sit too well with these alliances they've made if they invaded Taiwan as well, right? Because it's an escalation near their territory. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, though.
Yeah, no. When it comes to China and Taiwan, obviously you've got a scenario where US are basically committed for decades that they are going to be protecting and supporting Taiwan, and that they have interest in Taiwan. And you see that from the funding that they've been providing Taiwan. You see that with the support that they provide in Taiwan, and their commitment to Taiwan seems, and I believe is, much more significant than, let's say, even their commitment to Ukraine. So it is significant. Let me just go to some of the guests then. So Jan, thanks for joining us. I guess my first question to you is we know the United States are committed to Taiwan. So first question is, why is the commitment to Taiwan so strong and so solid?
Well, thank you for inviting me. First of all, I appreciate that immensely. Well, first of all, there's a history, right? There's a kind of a long history, and there's actually legislation that requires that the U.S. support Taiwan in the event of aggression from the Chinese mainland. So, of course, there's a big question whether that would be respected if that were the case. But the history of the region, as you might be familiar, basically the Chinese Communist Party effectively took control of the mainland, and Chiang Kai-shek basically was the previous leader, ran off to Taiwan, and Taiwan became the Republic of China, and the Chinese Communist Party took over the mainland. And so this is what you were alluding to a little bit earlier, refers to that. Like Taiwan, where is the original seat of the regional government prior to the Communist Revolution in 1949 in China. And there's still a few countries, there aren't many anymore. There's a few in the island chains in the Pacific, for example, that still view Taiwan as the official China, right? And the Chinese Communist Party mainland as the aberration. But of course, as we know, most countries recognize the CCP's control of China and being the official China. So that, the history is simply one of that the U.S. believed that it should support these what was ostensibly the legitimate original government. And there was this strategic ambiguity, if you will, around what that actually means, right? And this is what the CCP has been playing into very often, like this idea that if ever an American official kind of meets with a Taiwanese official, that's a big no-no, because it confers some semblance of legitimacy. Or, for example, if Taiwan were to be allowed into the WHO, for example, which was a couple of years that we weren't in there, that would confer legitimacy. So the CCP's project has been to reduce the amount of legitimacy that Taiwan has as kind of a legitimate China originally, and then I guess a legitimate country along the way. And their whole strategy has been to use what's called, these two Chinese colonels wrote this pretty famous book called Unrestricted Warfare. But basically, this is using methodologies of asymmetric hybrid warfare, using other tools other than actual kinetic warfare to wage war and bring Taiwan to heel. And indeed, I think that's what they've been doing recently with these war games and various types of messaging as well, especially countering McCarthy's recent visit and so forth.
Yeah, and so that's kind of what I was touching on as well. I'm glad you brought that up, because that is the point of contention here, right? I mean, that's the argument that mainland China is making versus what Taipei has to say. I'll tell you what, Matt, did you want to kind of address that maybe from that same kind of like that same question? Like, how do you view? Well, let me rephrase this, I guess. So, what role do you believe that the international community should actually play in resolving the tensions between Taiwan and China? And do you think that the U.S. Should continue to sell arms to Taiwan in support of defense against China?
Well, I think the role is, John said, strategic ambiguity, and I think that's very well phrased, because the international community is sending ambiguous signals towards both China and Taiwan. And as a legal historian, if I look at this way back through the years from a mainland Chinese perspective, historically they see Taiwan as a part of China since ancient times. And the sovereignty of China over Taiwan is firmly established in the Chinese, mainland China's mind, and they see China's legal title to Taiwan as inseparable from any historical facts pertaining to the current jurisdictions over Taiwan. The problem right now is basically in Resolution 2758 from 1971, when the international community and America reaffirmed the one China principle by deciding to so resolutely restore the lawful seat of the People's Republic of China at the United Nations, and at the same time, in a resolute manner, expel Taiwan from the United Nations. So this one China principle was, in the eyes of mainland China, legally reaffirmed by the General Committee of the General Assembly, and has so been, in, to my knowledge, all successive sessions since 1993, since they have not decided to include the question of Taiwan's so-called representation in the agenda of the General Assembly. So by its actions, the international community has said, mainland China, you are the China for us. But at the same time, US and the US allies are saying, okay, China, mainland China, that's you, but we're also supporting you, Taiwan, but not so publicly sometimes, and we would be rather happy if you didn't make so much noise about it. Which, the way I see it, you could perhaps describe Taiwan as a child in a messy divorce. The child doesn't really know what to think. Can we declare independence? Can we look at some other legal way of reaching some kind of self-determination? Or do we actually have to go to war and end up in a kind of situation that's, perhaps you can make an analogy with North and South Korea? Because as we all know, both North and South Korea make the same claim for all of the Korean territory. But both North and South Korea are recognized by the international community. Is it possible to perhaps reach some kind of managed agreement that way? But to summarize these thoughts, ambiguity, I think, is the message that the international community is sending to Taiwan. And that ambiguity is never good if you want to negotiate a lasting solution in any diplomatic situation. And I think I'll stop there.
Yeah, thanks. So Grant, thanks for joining us. I mean,
Thanks
what's your thoughts? Yeah, no problem. So what's your thoughts? I mean, is America right in their unequivocal support for Taiwan?
Well, I mean, America's acting in its own interest there, and that's really the lens that American government views it through. And if you live in America, then supporting Taiwan is very much in your interest. Where do you think your, all the technological goodies that make modern life modern come from? A lot of them come from Taiwan or from Taiwanese companies, chip makers, your laptops, all sorts of goods. And so I agree with the comparison to South Korea in the sense that, regionally, it's not unusual to have a frozen conflict and have it last for a long time. And we have the same kind of, America has the same kind of interests in South Korea today that it has in Taiwan. So the situations are different in a lot of regards, but like the last speaker said, North Korea would like to be the only Korea, but in the China versus Taiwan situation, obviously the history is very, very, very important. Just as somebody who's pointing out, and I'd just like to point out that the nearest Taiwanese island to mainland China is only about 6 miles away. It's called Quemoy, and I mean we're talking about an island that somebody on one side could look at and see the island in their backyard, so to speak. So it's a situation that it's really born of the history of the situation. And so what we have today is very much a remnant of how it began in the Chinese Civil War. But again, what America is doing is driven by American interest, but there is also an international interest in maintaining boundaries. And, there's the history of allegiances that comes into play. And it's a complex place in the world. I mean, for many years, strategic ambiguity was America's policy as well. And people kind of forget today, but one of the biggest things, if not the number one thing that upset strategic ambiguity between America and Taiwan was probably the telephone call placed to then President-elect Donald Trump in late 2016 by the president of Taiwan. And that set off shockwaves on both sides of the Pacific Ocean. And I feel like there's been a lot of movement over the last 6 or 7 years since then, a lot more than the prior 20 or 30 years. But America has extensive interest with China as well. I mean, that's part of complex interdependence that the international economy has grown into, which is that, many countries are interdependent on one another for different things. So it's a strategically difficult problem for all sides. Everybody is walking softly for that reason. And there's no perfect answers. I don't think anybody has a solution for anything. It's all a management problem.
Yeah, and one of the other things that's really occurring to me now, and Carla, I'm actually going to come to you. I mean, I know you probably have expertise in a lot of this, but specifically when we're talking about the energy conversation, because the energy conversation right now, it's not just affecting China, right? You've got Russia in this whole deal, and you've got China, making strategic alliances, which are essentially opposed to the West right now for their own interests. And I believe, like Saudi Arabia, everyone's taking advantage of the situation, including taking advantage of Russia. But what does that? What role does that play, even in the East, even people who aren't necessarily aligned? Maybe when it comes to foreign policy or energy, should China continue to, or finally make the push? Like, let's say that they don't. Let's say that they don't quite maybe go like to try to invade or hurt their air defenses, but what do they do? A blockade in the Strait. I mean, we saw France was, they had their ships trolling the Strait. So, like, what kind of effect do you think that would have on the East and the relationships? And then Vivek, good to see you. I want to come to you next on this as well. I'm glad you're here. So go ahead, Carla.
Yeah, thanks a lot. First of all, thanks for welcoming me to your space. And yeah, I think that I just saw Hungary just did a deal with Russia. In fact, today, I think to buy some energy. Energy is key in a conflict, but I think we have to look at what are we doing to safeguard our freedom and our democracy amongst freedom-loving nations? Because I think it was Jan that talked about the asymmetrical war. And that's what the Chinese Communist Party is really waging against every democratic nation. But they really focus, especially, I think, on the United States and then Western Europe. But the US, because we safeguard that. And if you see the actions that they've been taking, whether they're bribing politicians or they're in our education system and stealing information, the cultural pressure where they fund our cultural organizations, and then the military spying and their buildup, and you think their goal is to win in all of this, whether it's Taiwan or supremacy over the US without firing a shot. So I think it's to be determined whether there's an actual a kinetic conflict, or whether they saber rattle while they continue to, continue to take over the trade, that how they've taken over to become the majority trading partner with most countries around, certainly more than half around the world. And what that does, that power, the economic power, I think is more than the military power. So I think American citizens, most especially, really have to prepare, like be on a war footing, and our allies as well. Like bring the essential manufacturing home, the steel, which does come from fossil fuels, the critical minerals, the processing of those critical minerals, and then pharmaceutical ingredients, and then thinking about like mind, body, and spirit, and how are we ready really to defend what we believe in.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point. And I think moving forward, our policy needs to be whether, now listen, I want the manufacturing back in the US 100%. I want Americans to go to work. But it's not unreasonable for me to consider, Carl, I'm going to mute your mic real quick. Yeah. So it's not unreasonable to consider that maybe we bring it to Central America. We can do that as well to like at least start to, detach a little bit from the dependency that we have over there. So I think that's something that we need to start considering and looking at moving forward. And Vivek, I appreciate you joining us. I wanted to actually ask you, and wait, and I was hoping you were going to come in today. So you actually did a hit a couple days ago on Fox, and you were saying that China wants the Ukraine war to last as long as possible to deplete Western military capacity before invading Taiwan. You suggested that it was working, and we think that we appear stronger by helping Ukraine, but we actually become weaker vis-a-vis China. Can you expand on that? Because I think that's an interesting point.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that Taiwan is much more closely linked to U.S. national and economic security interests than is Ukraine. And yet, I think that China is actually making far more progress towards taking over Taiwan, either through annexation or through even just a broad blockade, in achieving its objectives in ways that we're not really prepared to stand up to. And so one of the things I've highlighted is that one of the many reasons why I don't believe we should be spending any more money or resources on Ukraine from here on out, certainly, is that it does weaken us in that position vis-a-vis Taiwan. And that bucks the conventional wisdom, which says that actually if Russia succeeds, that Xi Jinping is somehow going to reason by analogy, by saying that, oh, because Vladimir Putin was able to invade Ukraine, then somehow that affects his position with respect to Taiwan. I don't think he reasons by analogy. I think he reasons by analysis, which is whether or not he has the capability to actually deliver, and whether or not the U.S. and Western nations are actually going to get in his way. And by giving further, I would say, military aid to Ukraine, I think we're putting pressure on two things. I think one is the American appetite for conflict more broadly when we face other challenges outside of conflict. So I think the appetite for that could run thin just as a political matter. But I think more relevant is actually even the military capabilities themselves. When conventional wisdom would say that, well, what we're proposing to send to Ukraine are not really the kind of naval assets that you would use if you were thinking about a Taiwan conflict situation where you're talking about ships and Navy, let's just say U.S. Navy capabilities. What we're talking about giving Ukraine or let's just say fighter jets or things like this, actually that is engaged. That's I would say a fatal hubris to think that we know exactly how a conflict with China could play out. And I just think one of the under-discussed elements of a U.S. conflict with China actually include the role that India could play in all of this. Because even though China actually has us beat in terms of absolute number of ships in the South China Sea, and all the war game scenarios that have played out so far and that have been simulated so far have China ending up on top in that South China Sea battle, I think that ignores the possible role of India in all of this, where the Indian Ocean is actually the passageway for Middle Eastern oil supplies and energy supplies to China. And if India is willing to actually be an ally to the U.S., and these are scenarios that none of us want.
Vivek,
But in
I just want to jump in
scenario,
because it's not strictly true that the Chinese Navy has more ships than the US outright. I mean, the US still has several more aircraft carriers. Moreover, the Chinese, we don't even know the capacity of the Chinese Navy. So it's all well and good in sheer numbers, but if you don't have an actual functioning military Navy capacity, which on its own, is a problem. You've got the Japanese, the third largest Navy, you've got the US there. You've got the Philippines already agreeing to give up more of their space for the US as a landing point. You've got the British down there and the Australians with the AUKUS deal now. So India is a very good point, and I agree with you 100% on that. But I don't think it's just a case of sheer numbers. I think we've got to look at the actual equipment involved more detailedly. Does that make sense?
Yes, so I was actually citing the conventional wisdom on this, which is that the war game simulations has China winning because of the lower number of U.S. ships. I share your view that that's a superficial way to look at this. One of the many ways in which it's superficial, you pointed out a few. One of the other ways in which it's superficial is that it ignores the role of India in all of this. So I'm actually on your side of making that point. But if you open up the Wall Street Journal or whatever on a given day for a top line story, the top line story will be China has a greater naval capacity in the South China Sea than we do, and many war game simulations result in China winning that battle. But the interesting part of this is that, anyway, the point I was making was even those assets, military assets that were given to Ukraine, the conventional wisdom would say that we couldn't use that in a South China Sea conflict with Taiwan. But the long-winded point I was making was that there may be scenarios even in which nations like India, et cetera, would benefit from that very capacity vis-a-vis a broader conflict scenario with China, that we can't just be so hubristic in our self-confidence that we know those same assets would not have been more useful in a different scenario. So I was addressing the counter argument I got after that Fox hit, which was that the kinds of military support we're giving to Ukraine are really different than the kind we would need in a China-Taiwan conflict scenario. And I reject that kind of simplistic thought experiment, which actually ignores the fact that there are many forms that that type of conflict could take. That being said, I hope we never get there. I do think that securing our own semiconductor supply chain such that we're not dependent on this tiny island nation off the southeast coast of China is actually the most important national security step that we could take vis-a-vis Taiwan, is actually prepare ourselves to at least make sure that we're not having the CCP's boot on our neck when it comes to our modern way of life, which require semiconductor chips, currently at least advanced semiconductors provided by TSMC. And I think that this is underappreciated as a foreign policy priority, and one more distraction in the form of the Ukraine war, I think, is unhelpful in preparing us for actually keeping our focus on where our modern way of life may be directly under threat.
Well, I would point out very quickly.
Vivek, just a quick question. So in terms of what you mentioned, what's important is one of the things that people have concerns about is the fact that the US, we know that they engaged in the war of Ukraine and Russia. You know that they engaged in the, and there's this threat of a possibility of something happening between China and Taiwan. I mean, the issue that people have is that it seems like the US is spread thin. So the first question is that the case? And the second question is I mean, is this the apt time for
Good. Thanks for
Yeah, we
holding
managed
this
to get you
Twitter
on.
space.
Yeah, go ahead. You said you want to say something?
Yeah, just a couple of things. First of all, it's like everybody's trying to catch up with geopolitics and understand what was the road we took to get here. But what actually matters is what is the end result that we want. That is where statecraft has to happen, right? So all these decisions about what is the risk, where do you deploy, when do you use diplomacy, are all driven by what is the end result you want. So, I've been particularly hawkish on China over the years, anticipating we'd end up where we are now. However, if we don't want to have an actual conflict, then we have to think through what are China's needs. In the end, even deterrence during the Cold War required dialogue, and it required meeting the needs of the other side as well. So here's the bottom line. You can't cancel the Chinese economy, and you can't cancel the Russian economy or the people of these countries. So we got about 1.5 billion people that want to have a better future, and we've got to figure out a way that they can get that. Now, are the current leaders in Russia and China the ones that most accurately represent the needs of their people? Maybe not. Are the leaders in the West the ones that most accurately represent the needs of their people? You could have a big debate about that too. So one of the complexities of geopolitics is that, and having worked in the White House, people are always like, what's the view of the United States? And my answer is, are you kidding? There are so many different competing views, as we're seeing on this Twitter space. So what you have to do is create a situation where there's trust, usually amongst a few key people, and they can have a conversation about the craziness on their side and the craziness on our side, and how do we get to a resolution that both sides get something won and both sides have to give something up. Now, the dialogue between the US and China at that level, where there's really deep trust, where they've known each other personally a long time, is between the navies. And that is why over the years, the US has consistently, appointed former Navy officials to very senior diplomatic positions with China. It's because there's a trust. That's the first thing. The second thing is this conversation about, comparing Ukraine and Taiwan also feels so old-fashioned to me. Like, technology has advanced to such a degree. This isn't going to be about aircraft carriers. This is already, for the last few years, been about fighting in places like space, disabling the other side's satellites so that none of their missile guidance systems work or none of their communications work. And I think this is what the press and the media have totally missed is, in a sense, Ukraine is almost like one of those magic tricks where you say, look over here, look over here. It's a ground war, it's vicious, lots of stories to write. But there are real events that tell us about the true nature of the conflict that we're in, such as when 50 days before the tanks rolled into Ukraine, someone went to cut the fastest internet connection in the world, which is up in the Arctic Circle on a tiny island called Svalbard in Norway. And it was reported, but people didn't get. Why did it matter? It mattered because virtually every high altitude satellite, whether military or commercial, connects to Earth at Svalbard. So you cut that off and suddenly none of your missile guidance is going to work. None of your communications, no more Uber Eats, GPS is up the creek. And because that's considered too technical for the public to understand, they don't talk about that. What's easy for the public to understand is the carnage that you see in Ukraine. But I think the actual conflict, particularly between the US and China, is occurring in space, at sea, in places where there are no journalists present, and where the real fight is over technology and philosophy. And the philosophy front is where we need to have the conversation about, what is it that we're trying to achieve? What's the end goal we're trying to get to? And that, I think, we don't have clarity on. And it just to finish, it sounds like when you say we got to have an end deal, that includes for Russia. right? You can't just say Russia's permanently eliminated from the world economy because their leader behaved extremely badly. You have to have a plan. And that is why the Marshall Plan was put in place at the end of World War II, because we learned the lessons that you can't eliminate huge swaths of the world population from global society. You can take away leaders who've behaved badly, but you've got to find a way to reintegrate those populations into the world, or else you're going to face another fight in the future.
No, I think that's a very valid point. And again, that's earlier when we started the space, that's kind of what I was referring to an extent. I mean, very, very broadly, of course. You're obviously way more detailed, but it is the furthering economic impact. And it's kind of why I brought Carla up with the energy policy, and why I was discussing, how much the Chinese economy is attached to, Western consumerism. And, they have their own problems right now. So I think that is definitely important to note. And I kind of want to, as we're getting everybody back in, guys, just kind of wanted to get this going back again. Sorry we crashed, but we are here. We're back in it. And I guess the question for the panel, unless Suleiman, unless you have something specifically, in regards to the economic implications, right? And I kind of brought up Warren Buffett earlier. To what extent should economic considerations factor into foreign investors' decisions regarding Taiwanese companies, especially given the geopolitical tensions around Taiwan? So, what are the implications that even just a threat or just a discussion of, let's not even say kinetic war, let's just say a blockade? What are those kind of ramifications, and what is that going to mean for Taiwan? Is there something there that probably needs to be discussed on a broader spectrum, not just are they going to go and go onto the island or not? Jan, I'd like to get your thoughts on that, actually, because it seems to be a consideration that not a lot of people are talking about. We're talking about chips, but there's other commerce and things going there. Would you agree?
Well, yeah, no, absolutely. There's there's an incredible amount of there's an incredible amount of commerce with the mainland, and at the moment, for the highest quality chips that are used in all sorts of military applications, sort of the highest tech that we have, a lot of that is produced in Taiwan, and that is, of course, a very significant strategic problem. The one thing, if it's okay, I wanted to throw this out there, because this is something that troubles me, because I agree with everything that Pippa just said. I wholeheartedly agree with. You have to have a kind of a vision of how things look like go down the road, right? You can't just set things up to create, yet another larger conflict in the future. Just this elephant in the room for me is always that, we generally, numerous free nations agree based on extremely solid evidence that this is a regime in China that is, committing at least one genocide, like the worst thing that human beings can do to each other, right? The systematic eradication of at least one group, I would say at least three groups of people, but at least one that we kind of all agree on. And just whatever way that we choose to deal with the Chinese Communist Party, I think we have to deal with that regime this way, with the understanding that this is a power structure that is willing to do things like that, and does them as we speak, does them in plain sight, of course, has a very elaborate information warfare / propaganda apparatuses to kind of distract from that, and all sorts of asymmetrical warfare techniques to focus the world on other things. But so another thing, let me just actually also throw this out there, because this was also on my mind, that the PLA is when you, as I understand it, when you join the PLA, you're taught as a core part of your training, that's the People's Liberation Army, that Taiwan is an integral part of China, and part of something that you will certainly likely be involved with in the future is the retaking of Taiwan in some manner, shape, or form, whether that's through kinetic means or these other kind of means. Of course, from what everything we understand, China's preference is to do this without kinetic warfare, to do it through these infiltration methods and so forth. But so in that sense, it's very much an existential thing. Like Chinese, especially the entire Chinese military, is taught that this is something that they must do, that they absolutely have to do. It's a core part of their lore, right? And the other side is at the same time, it's a free country of Han Chinese, right? So in a way, it's an existential threat. Just its very existence is an existential threat as a free country, is a threat to the regime, because it shows that the mantra that you often hear is that the Chinese need to be managed by a firm hand, and this is the only way that the Chinese can kind of make it. I've heard this kind of a billion times from different analysts, but here we have a whole island, a very successful island that's pursued a very, very successful democracy, I would argue. Anyway, I want to answer your question, but I feel like I've deviated a little bit from there.
Can I address something that John just said, please, or Jan? Sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So you said that everyone agrees that China is perpetrating maybe one or more genocides, and that ought to inform our understanding of the nature of that regime and how to deal with it, right? Well, that's a sort of assumption without evidence, or that's an unfounded assumption that, quote, everyone agrees. And the trick with this whole discussion around the evidence establishing whether or not a genocide exists in China is that if you even take the most basic empirical approach to evaluating the issue, you're automatically opening up yourself to be called a genocide denier. So people don't even really bother looking into it. I hadn't looked into it myself that scrupulously until basically a few months ago, and I was truly shocked at the utter dearth of just minimally reliable evidence establishing what people just kind of casually proclaim to be a genocide. You say everybody agrees on it. The Trump administration didn't agree with that until the very last day that they were in power. It was only on literally January 19th, 2021 that Mike Pompeo decided to make that official determination on behalf of the State Department that there was a genocide, quote unquote, happening against the Uyghurs. So in the not too distant past, even the Trump administration was not on board with this determination. And so when I started looking into what the evidence was for this claim of genocide, you drill down into the details, and it's amazing how little there is. There was a UN report that was published last August, where they did get some access to the country, that said in one of the footnotes that they couldn't corroborate the existence of a single death pursuant to the Uyghur genocide in the entire span of time that they examined. To the extent that there's popular knowledge about the details of the Uyghur genocide, so to say, in the, quote, West, and in the US in particular, a astronomical portion of it is sourced to one individual, Adrian Zenz, who is sort of affiliated with one of these blinkered sort of anti-communist think tanks that were formed by the hawkish contingent of the Reagan administration back in the day, and who has like some messianic Christian impetus for why he's so concerned about China. That doesn't necessarily discredit everything that he says, but the methodology and the extrapolations that he makes are also incredibly tenuous. And so these sort of like overly certain statements about China just being presumptively a genocidal regime in there, and then that means we can't deal with them as though they're any kind of rational counterforce, I think is a really overblown assumption that's been being used to sort of accelerate the drive toward a hawkish or aggressive or militaristic resolution to the issue. And so given that the UN and even other analysts of this thing can't give the evidence of a single death that was perpetuated over the course of this Uyghur genocide, to call it a genocide and put it into the same sort of phenomenological category as the Nazi Holocaust, which obviously invokes images of some of the most heinous destruction that's ever been wrought on a particular people, I think it's really misleading and manipulative. Whatever it is that have happened in the Xinjiang province, I'm not endorsing it. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just questioning the casualness with which it's labeled a genocide, and then everyone's beckoned to use that as a frame for the incorrigibility, like the fundamental incorrigibility of the Chinese regime, and therefore we have to resort, in order to have any kind of dealings with them, to these aggressive tactics that could lead to war, and that seems to be the trajectory that we're on.
Okay, if I can just quickly respond to that, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, go for it.
Michael, there's extensive evidence. I'll just direct people. Maybe I'll throw this up in my feed. There's two kind of
mass exterminations.
There's no that the genocide isn't
Right. So genocide is an
extermination.
infinitely nebulous category. So you can basically say anything's a genocide because it doesn't matter what the factual kind of grounding is.
But Michael,
you pretty much
Michael, I know, just let him finish his point and then you can respond. Go for it, Jim.
Yeah. So genocide is the systematic eradication of a group of people in whole or in part. It's not the 6 million people killed in a few years. It takes many different forms. I'm happy to talk about it in more detail, but I won't here. I'll just refer people to two sites where you can get a lot extensive evidence of why it would be considered this or something close. Okay, call it crimes against humanity, whatever you want to call it, right? Just something that human beings shouldn't never ever do to other human beings. One is UighurTribunal.com and the other one is ChinaTribunal.com. Extensive, thousands of pages of documentation establishing these things. To qualify this, right, what I'm trying to say, I don't want to fixate on the genocide point, right, or connote that this is 6 million people being. My point is that we're dealing with a regime that has absolutely no guardrails of any sort, right, and that's actually different than say whatever issues some of the people on this call might have about what the U.S. does and so forth. It's a very different situation than what we would consider free nations. Okay, and it's an extreme among them, and so my main point here is simply this: when we deal with the Chinese Communist Party, okay, we have to understand that there is no rules, that there's nothing that they won't do, so to speak. And that needs to factor into calculations, because it looks to me, when we've been pursuing our diplomacy, whether my home country of Canada or the US, like we're sort of imagining like they are somehow bound by the rules-based order. And the final thing I wanted to mention is that the UN, especially the Human Rights Commission, and and multiple agencies are hopelessly captured by the CCP. And I can again, if you want, I can provide extensive evidence showing this. So it's almost like shocking when they do anything to censor China in any way, right? Yeah.
Well, so I just looked at the two sites because I'm actually familiar with one of them that you referenced as evidence. These are activist organizations, okay, that collaborate with all kinds of ideological enemies of China around the world to hold so-called tribunals, which are, of course, not officially authorized by any judicial body, but are just these sort of independent, autonomous things that they carry out. And these are not objective sources of verifiable information about this issue. Okay, these are specifically tailored pieces of information for a Western audience, so that they buy into the sort of this common understanding of China. But hold on a second. You said, it doesn't particularly matter whether you call it a genocide or you call it something else. Invocation of the term genocide
I didn't say that. I need it very.
Well, yes, you did. You
specifically,
said you
Michael.
can call it
No,
crimes against humanity. You can call it genocide. You can call it maybe something else.
I'm
You're
saying
not
the
really wedded to
reason
it.
I said genocide. The reason I said genocide is to help people understand that this regime has absolutely no guardrails. That's my
Okay,
purpose.
and I'd like
not
to help
color
people
it with 6
understand
million
that
people
the
dead.
term genocide. I'd like to help people understand that the word genocide is infinitely malleable. Russia accuses Ukraine of committing genocide. Ukraine accuses Russia of committing genocide. Trans people claim that they're being genocided all the time. Everybody is always saying that anything bad that happens is a genocide, because if you go to the supposed legal definition of the word genocide, which was obviously founded in the aftermath of the Nazi Holocaust to capture the singularity of that event, when you get the one of the criterion, the eradication of the people, quote, in whole or in part, leaves open an infinite array of possibilities as to what could be theoretically classified as a genocide. If part, quote unquote, of a motive for taking some bad act against a group of persons is that you have an antipathy for them in terms of being an ethnicity or what have you, then that's almost impossible to ever really, tangibly adjudicate. And yet, when you want to characterize it as a genocide, you do so because you want to amplify the salience of the depravity that you're ascribing to them. So really, just in functional, practical terms, when people talk about the word genocide, because it really has no fixed definition, what they're doing is invoking the specter of the Nazi Holocaust to kind of give additional potency to the charges that they're leveling today. And that's what people are doing with the the allegations against China. You started off by saying genocide is one of the worst things that anybody could ever do. Well, yeah, that is true, especially if you primarily conceptualize genocide in terms of its genesis as a term, in terms of the terminology, because that was born of the Nazi Holocaust, which everybody knows the connotations of, and which they rightly believe was one of the worst, if not the worst, thing that ever was done in the course of human history. But to lump whatever's happened in the far west of China with that is a deliberate conflation, because it ascribes the new allegation you're making with this additional potency, so you can make your broader political point about China like has no limits, or these just cliches. I mean, what does that even mean? Does the United States, I'm not doing whataboutism here, but does the United States, quote, have limits in the sense that you're describing? The United States reserves the right to drone strike anywhere in the world.
All right, Michael, I'm just going to let Jan.
Targeting any reason.
Michael, I'm just going to let Jan come back on you because you took a while to make your point. Jan.
I'll just mention this, okay? So the reason that this genocide designation took so long in the previous administration was simply that, the State Department lawyers were deeply, deeply against it in all sorts of ways, not for lack of evidence, but simply because they didn't want to, help China, make China lose face, which is frankly, this has been one of the hugest challenges when it comes to U.S. foreign policy with China, and why the U.S., partially why the U.S., essentially funded the rise of China throughout, is because there was this idea that you have to kind of acquiesce to whatever China's requirements were along the way. So that anyway, I can't, I'm not gonna win an argument with Michael here. I would encourage people. I believe these tribunals that were held were actually remarkably independent. I would recommend that people assess the information for themselves, look at different points, and I want to qualify again. Genocide isn't, it can be 6 million people killed in a few years, and of course, but what we're talking about here is the deliberate eradication of groups of people, and this is, it's extreme, and we have to accept that that's what the type of regime that we're dealing with.
Michael, I've got a question.
Last quick point, and then I'll
I've got a question.
Last quick point, 2 seconds, and I'll. Yeah.
I think you're just going to make the same point, but anyway, go ahead.
No, I'm not. If you're talking about, genocide is not necessarily 6 million killed, okay, maybe it's not, but if it's 0 killed, and the and you're still conflating those phenomena together, then there's some like political intention behind it that is separate and apart from any kind of neutral determination that you're making about genocide.
Michael, what's your definition of genocide?
Definition is
I don't tend to use
there's
the
an
term,
official
frankly,
definition.
because my definition is that in practical terms, it's an invocation of the specter of the Nazi Holocaust to give other events some kind of continuity with it, and to heighten like the moral and salience of calls to intervene or object to other things that are happening in the world. So I think that the definitional criteria, if you read the UN
So according to
convention, that
Michael,
it's just so
Okay, okay.
it's too nebulous to be
okay.
workable.
So according to you, let's make this shorter because I don't want it to be like ask a question and take 20 minutes and then we're never going to get anywhere. So according to what you're saying there, and just correct me if I'm wrong, the only thing that can be deemed a genocide based on what you're saying is what happened in Nazi Germany. So let's go with that. So anything that happened after that can't be deemed a genocide because of the implications it has and the connection it has to the Nazi Germany.
Can I
No,
speak to that?
that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
So
No,
can
no,
I
so-
can
yeah,
I just
I
chime
just
in
think
for
that
a minute? Can
it's
you
not
give-
it's not
can
a
you give me a
functionally useful
moment,
term
please,
because of
Michael?
its definitional.
Thank you, Michael.
elasticity.
If you don't mind, so we don't just have a monologue, if we could just
Well, you
discuss
asked me a question, so I
genocide
was
for a
answering it.
minute. Well, I would like to chime in because communism doesn't care about human life the way Western people with Western values do. More than 80 million people died under Mao Zedong. 4 million Ukrainians died under the USSR. These are genocides. These took place under communist leadership. And what the American people, the Western people have to understand is that they don't think like we do. The Chinese Communist Party is a gang of murderous thugs. Get it through your mind. They are not like other leaders among our countries. And when like Pippa was talking about, what philosophy are we going with? Well, for me as an American and a Westerner who might be on this space, what are you fighting for? For us, it's what, in the American spirit, we have to identify what are we actually fighting for and get on a wartime footing. And our economies, hardening our economies from our adversaries, because this is an economic war first and foremost, right? It's a psychological war with the TikTok really messing up the healthy minds of our young and making them really sick mentally and emotionally. It's messaging. Our media needs to understand we're in a wartime and behave like it. And then our military has to be prepared because it's peace through strength. So our allies, and that means especially our NATO allies, have to step up and stop sitting back and not doing their part and contributing what they're supposed to be contributing, and then more, because this is a very dangerous time.
If you're so concerned about genocide, Carla, maybe you should examine some of your own rhetoric. You're saying people who, under communism, human life isn't as valued as under other systems of government. So, they're just willy-nilly killing people because, nobody cares if somebody gets.
I mean, they tell the citizens a much different story than what's going on. But I want to get to Matt before I get to Mike, and then I'm going to get to Jan. So go ahead, Matt.
Yes, thank you. I would just like to return to this ambiguous Western posturing that we're having and that we're seeing over the mainland China-Taiwan issue. So basically, the whole international community at large considers the PRC government China's sole legitimate government and has done so since 1971. On the international plane, we all know that legally a state can't have two equally representative governments. So this said, it makes Taiwan for basically a special local government in the, if you look at it in legalistic terms, like I normally do. And this kind of emboldens mainland China. So what can be done about this in a practical sense? And I would like to move focus to the small country of Lithuania here in Europe, where I'm currently at. And I think most of you will remember that Lithuania started to antagonize mainland China already back in, I think it was 2000 or 2001, when they invited the Tibetan leader Dalai Lama to meet with the government leaders. And then they did so 2 more times. And after that, Lithuania's cabinet asked Taiwan to take part in a World Health Organization meeting. And after that, they had the joint declarations. They were one of the first to go after the 5G, Chinese 5G building. And they stopped also the Klaipėda's deep sea port. And after that, they withdrew from the China Central European Economic Cooperation Council. And what happened was, if you remember, China put some quite hard sanctions on Lithuania. However, the interesting thing is that when China tried to declare indirect secondary sanctions on other EU countries dealing with Lithuania, and the EU initiated a trade dispute within the World Trade Organization, mainland China backed off. They did this in January 2023, and we'll see where it leads. But so far, it seems as China has backed down, and there has been no public indications that they are still using this indirect economic sanctions at this particular time, and haven't done so since, I believe, basically a year back. So my point is, if the United States and the EU want to get realistic about getting somewhere with the situation between China and Taiwan, they might do good to start by uniting and telling mainland China that we're going to go with Lithuania on this, unless you sit down and start negotiating with Taiwan about Taiwan's future status. Because I believe that there's just a whole lot of hot air from mainland China, and that, as other people have said here, the economy of mainland China isn't really that great anymore. And they need the EU and America just as much as America and the EU needs China. So a war would be detrimental to everyone. But I think the EU and America needs to make a clear statement about how far they're willing to go. Because right now, when we're not adhering to giving Taiwan any rights or fighting for Taiwan to being able to enter the World Health Organization or any organization, it will continue to embolden mainland China forever and ever, and we will have this risk of war continuously above us, like Damocles' sword hanging forever. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, just a quick point of information about North Korea, since Trash, you gave that update. From the minute that Trump started pursuing direct diplomacy with Kim Jong-un, which was obviously a groundbreaking thing for him to do, a genuinely heterodox approach that Trump took that you could hardly imagine any other president taking, or any other even potentially American political figure taking. North Korea ceased the missile launches that are dropping in the vicinity of Japan, meaning that whole tactic on their part seemed to be put on pause while Trump was in this sort of personal engagement with Kim Jong-un. And then the Biden administration has totally repudiated that way of handling North Korea. There's been no diplomatic progress to be seen in North Korea since Biden took office, and it seems to be just accelerating towards some greater and greater antagonism. I want to address what the gentleman said about Lithuania, or not what he said about Lithuania per se, but the whole issue of the legal recognition of Taiwan, right? I think a really notable irony here is that we're being told that there's this sort of metaphysical connection between Ukraine and Taiwan, where in order to push back on China's influence, you have to defeat Putin in Ukraine, and vice versa. Giving an inch on either one of those fronts emboldens some combination of Putin and Xi. The irony is that the logic of the Ukraine intervention on the U.S.'s part is that we're upholding the rules-based order, right? We can't allow Russia to deal this fatal blow to the post-World War II international system. But then, on the other hand, the U.S. turns around and makes these dramatic pronouncements about the inviolable sovereignty of Taiwan, which is contravened by its own stated policy. I mean, this dates back to when Richard Nixon first facilitated the opening with the PRC in the 70s. That's when the U.S. ceased to recognize Taiwan as a legal entity, and it had been amended somewhat as the years have gone by, but that's still the fundamental policy. And yeah, I mean, that's a perspective shared by much of the rest of the world. So look how easily the sort of sanctity of international law and the rules-based order and so forth can be bent in accord with whatever the geopolitical prerogative happens to be. I mean, the U.S. recognized some guy in Venezuela named Guaido as somehow the legitimate ruler of the country because he was who they wanted to install in a coup a few years ago. I mean, is that consistent with international law? It's worth
Actually,
sort of
that's
comparing these
very different
instances
from
just
everything that we're
so you can
discussing here.
Yeah,
It really is a different situation. I'm sorry. I've talked to JJ Rendon, and Venezuela had a free and fair election. Venezuelans chose 2/3 of their national assembly from the majority, which is MUD. That was an acronym in Spanish. It's MUD, and that was their group. And they chose 2/3. They could have taken Maduro out. They could have removed Maduro because of the constitution that Chavez wrote. Maduro did not want that, and so he blocked them from meeting. And then he installed basically the Supreme Court of Venezuela as like the new legislature, and he basically created a dictatorship from then on. So the situation with Guaido is very different. Although the people that did it, they would not be my first choices to manage U.S. national policy there. And if you would take a minute to listen to the Dworkin Report, it's dworkinreport.com. We interviewed Lev Parnas, and he told us about the deal that Rudy Giuliani was working on to try and help Maduro basically catch a golden parachute out when Guaido showed up. And so that's just some inside information on it.
Well, the irony there is, Grant, that you're
compare
aligned
that to
with John
anything else in
Bolton
the
and
world right
Pompeo
now.
and
So
Rubio.
different. It's the circumstances to dictate the situation. Let's just put it that way. It's not comparable to these other circumstances.
Well, I'm not comparing it as a equivalent case study of anything. I'm just saying that the U.S. chose to recognize extra legally some other ruler of Venezuela. Even if you think that ruler ought to have been installed, I mean, it's not consistent with anything that anybody could ever seriously argue is a byproduct.
There was a
international
legal
law
rationale there. There was.
Well, I mean, you can make a legal rationale for anything.
No, there was a legal rationale for it. I mean, it wasn't. I'm not
So
endorsing
Grant,
it.
you
I'm
were
not saying
you
good or
you
bad.
you supported the regime change operation of John Bolton
No.
and Mike Pompeo
No,
and
no, no.
Trump and
I'm just telling you
Rubio.
what happened here, and I'm telling you based on interviews with someone who knew, based on having interviewed the last, the political consultant, basically the campaign chairman for the last free opposition leader who ran for election for president. I interviewed him back in 2014, I think it was. Yeah, it was 2014. In fact, I reported on the Venezuelan hyperinflation long before it became like reported fact, because I just, I've had a lot of contact there. I'm from Miami. It's not like I'm, a million miles away from it.
let me-
Well, I didn't mean to get sidetracked on
Yeah,
Venezuela. I was just citing it.
Yeah,
as
I'm not
another
trying to get sidetracked. either.
because, like, I mean, the
Laying
U.S.
out facts.
If you're gonna say that the territorial integrity of Ukraine is what is driving the U.S. interest in that conflict, and then say, oh, also we're going to take territorial integrity as an issue in Taiwan. Well, whose territorial integrity? The U.S. recognizes China, the PRC, as having territorial jurisdiction over Taiwan. So there's really not a way to really rationally reconcile these things unless you think of them in terms of just the advancement of U.S. interests.
Okay, guys.
That's how I've described everything.
Okay, guys.
Today.
Yeah.
In case you haven't noticed.
Okay.
That's how I've described everything.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and reset the room, guys, a little bit. We're an hour and a half in on the second space. It's a crash. I'm going to pin the newsletter down in the chat and up in the nest. If you guys want to subscribe for free, go check it out. It's got a lot of great content. Kind of talks about what we go over on spaces, things of that nature. If you want to stay connected as well. Carla, I want to bring you back in here. I saw your hand pop up. What prompted you, Carla?
Yeah, so I just wanted to encourage anyone in this space, if you want to learn more about the situation and you're not a subject matter expert, you might want to read or listen to two different books. One is a classic and kind of a beginner's manual called Sun Tzu, The Art of War. And it kind of tells you how the historical Chinese would wage war and take on the emperor that they wanted to defeat. And China today, the CCP uses these old historical lessons every day. This is what they work off of. They use history to help them predict the future. And then Michael Pillsbury, who was there when Nixon opened China and was actually Trump's China advisor in the White House, wrote a book called The 100-Year Marathon. And it's an easy read. You might enjoy reading it, and it will give you a little bit about the story of how the United States leaders, the smart guys in the room, thought that by working with China and opening up the world to them, they would become more like us and more like a liberal democracy, classically liberal democracy. But how instead they hid their power and bided their time, as they say, and grew in power and worked to influence us instead. So I recommend The 100-Year Marathon by Michael Pillsbury. And I just wanted to throw that in to anyone who wants to learn more about this subject.
Got some more breaking news, guys. And yeah, those are great suggestions. And it does it also shows you the patience. It's always said, colloquially that, China has a 100-year plan. The United States has a 4-year plan. And so it really is important to understand the differences between the two philosophies there. Jan, I'm going to get to some breaking news stuff real quick, and then I'm going to come to you. So I guess the United States and the Philippines have made rapid strides in upgrading their alliances and are charging ahead to do more. Defense leaders from both countries said that at the Pentagon today. And this is actually out of the Department of Defense. This was directly from. And it says that Secretary Lloyd Austin met with Carlito Galvez, Senior Undersecretary and Officer in charge of the Department of National Defense of the Philippines, to deepen military-to-military contacts between the two nations. The meeting came as the Balakatan exercise kicked off in the Philippines. It is the largest joint exercise in years. So the Pentagon meeting follows the so-called 2+2 meetings at the State Department yesterday that included foreign policy leaders as well. Quote, "This is a historic moment for our alliances as we take critical steps together to deepen our ties and strengthen peace and stability in the region," Austin said. quote, we share our vision for a free and open Indo-Pacific, one grounded in transparency, freedom, navigation, da 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 da. So it's again, it is the reinforcement of a lot of these Asian alliances, and they're doing these military drills. My personal opinion, that's my own, more saber rattling, but also I think that the allies that are in that region are probably have cause for concern. And I think that it's probably important for this to happen. I just don't want this to be ratcheting and saber rattling to the point where it goes any further than it is right now. But Jan, go ahead and get in here.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak long. There's a few other people in here, like Ian. Would be great to hear from you as well. I wanted to echo. Actually, it's a little bit of what you just said, Trash. There is the CCP is posturing constantly, and Mickey definitely spoke about this a while back. That basically there's a lot of overflights. There's a lot of sort of aggressive moves across the strait that the CCP strategically uses. Part of it is trying to wear down the population, make them feel despondent, make them feel like, well, you're already taken over. So what's the point really? There's a lot of this. In a lot of media, for example, in Taiwan, and Nikki can speak more to this, have actually been taken over by the Chinese Communist Party and sort of promote that kind of vision. Most of our analysts are actually see what happened recently as just kind of more of the same, more of the posturing. The big question is actually something that Grant alluded to earlier, which is this kind of economic ticking time bomb. A lot of that's how I view it. The U.S. itself, frankly, is quite economy is quite levered, and there's a lot of people very worried about that. This, sort of ever expanding debt, the Fed printing incredible amounts of money. So China has that. Like, I don't think it's an order of magnitude greater, but it's many, many times greater. It's an incredibly levered economy. So the question, and as another speaker earlier mentioned, the growth kind of the growth miracle, so to speak, fueled by U.S. money, is effectively over for China now. So the question is, this is what the worry is, and I don't think there's a definitive answer, but this is where something like war, especially since the CCP has expanded its military capability significantly, becomes a possibility. Because if I subscribe to this idea. This is another thing that many analysts will say, is that the legitimacy, the CCP's legitimacy, of course, it's a dictatorship. I don't want to get into arguments over details. It's a totalitarian dictatorship. So its legitimacy, right, arguably, and I agree with this position, comes from the economic miracle, so to speak, which it has created for the Chinese people. If that economic miracle is gone, it's going to need to have some other way to foster, its nationalist sentiments and so forth, which of course are central as well. So that's the big question. How afraid are they of their economy collapsing? I don't know the answer to that question. Maybe there's someone else that can speak to that. And
I will say that I think there's my general sense is that the average Chinese person has no desire for war with Taiwan, and does not have. They would say they believe that Taiwan is historically Chinese, which was a disagreement they would have with us, with Taiwanese people. But I don't think there's a bloodthirst or hunger for war on the average Chinese citizen side. Especially like China is a huge country. You live Beijing and you go out west. It's just such an enormous country, and the sentiment, I think most people are just focused on feeding their families and doing well. I think that there's still hope in my mind for peace and coexistence between Taiwan, China, and the United States.
But just a quick response to that, the thing that the CCP has in its control, and we've seen, for example, in the US, the power of this itself is this incredible messaging apparatus, right? Like they can, I would argue, whip the population up into a fixation at some level, certainly not everybody, around whatever the issue is that they would want to use to distract from the reality that they're facing. So, and that's, a lot of people have been concerned about, this, let's call it a megaphone, and how powerful it can be here in the West and so forth, around sort of shaping the views of society, or at least some portion of society, and manufacturing perceived consensus. Again, the CCP has that at a much greater scale, and that's another part of the equation.
Well, and I do actually, it's a good point, Ian. If you're here, I haven't had a chance to have you speak yet today, but and that is a good point. I could probably go a little bit deeper on the economy myself because I have my thoughts right between the real estate and then how connected and dependent on Western consumerism that their economy actually is. Even I believe it was Grant that brought up the one-child policy earlier. He said one China, but I think he meant one child. But Ian, I just brought up the drills and the partnerships with the Philippines. It seems like you've been tracking a lot of this. What are you seeing as far as our forces that are stationed there that are patrolling? Like I see that's your expertise, Ian. If you're there.
Hey guys. Yeah, I'm here. Thanks. And I did pull some information from USNI that was tracking the movements. And as of yesterday, the Nimitz aircraft carrier is still operating in the Philippine Sea. And I think that they were planning to go down for operations with the Philippines. And like someone mentioned, I think they're the largest ones in years, something like 17,000 soldiers compared to last year, which was 9,000. So it's certainly a show of force. And, I think they've got something like 4 or 5 aircraft carriers and strike groups active in the area right now, as far as what I can tell.
Yeah, so is that strategic? Because this was a massive, they said it's one of the largest drills that they've ever done.
The largest.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, that's right. I'm sorry, Michael, thank you for that. It is the largest. So is that a drill? Is that positioning without, and then just using the cover of drills? Or, what is the strategic advantage other than just being there?
From my understanding is these drills happen every year. So, and they were planned. But they do certainly seem to be larger, and that is some subtle messaging there.
Yeah, I think it is too.
If I could just weigh in,
Yeah, Carla.
if I could just make a comment. Yeah, you were
Carla.
talking about whether there was an intention of, invading Taiwan and taking, reuniting it with mainland China. Didn't Xi Jinping, when he just was awarded basically his position for life, didn't he state publicly his number one intention was to reunite Taiwan with mainland China?
Yes, he did say that, but and again, that's not. But I don't think there's anything new there. I mean, I think that's been the conversation for a very long time. I would say it might be concerning, and I want to get Nikki's opinion on this. But it is concerning as far as now he's been essentially, quote unquote, this is just my opinion, coronated to a lifetime appointment. But
yes,
yeah,
Carlo, this is a good point. Thank you for bringing it up. And you sort of mentioned art of war. I think different cultures have different arts of war, and the communist art of war and the Maoist art of war is very different from the Western art of war. When Americans and Western people hear Xi Jinping's promise to take Taiwan, their first thought culturally is always D-Day, Eisenhower, storm the beaches, attacks, military. When a Maoist person thinks take Taiwan, they think slow, patient, sneaky, squeeze, deception. And I think the promise of conquest from Taiwan, from the perspective of Xi Jinping, is a much more duplicitous, slow salami slicing of Taiwan until it's so weak and unable to help itself that China can take it without firing a shot. I think that is the methodology of warfare that Xi Jinping follows and that he will follow to take Taiwan.
Just a point on these exercises happening right now jointly between the U.S. and the Philippines. By the way, in the South China Sea, not just in the Philippines, right? They're in the South China Sea. This is after the U.S. had forged a new defense agreement with the Philippines to create new U.S. military installations throughout the Philippines. I think 8 of them, including on the very northern tip, which is right on the coast of the South China Sea, kind of pointing right at Taiwan. And so these are annual or regularly held exercises, although they've kind of ebbed and flowed over the years in terms of how much resources are put into them. The previous Philippine president was not as keen on fortifying the bilateral ties with the U.S. But the question I have about this is, without exculpating China for potentially contributing to an increase in tensions, right? I'm not trying to absolve China of any responsibility of anything. I'm simply asking if it can be fairly said that an action such as this could be understood to represent a provocation. And let me just give you an example of one of the things that they're doing over the course of this drill. This was just reported today in the AP. In Palawan, which faces the South China Sea, the exercises will involve beach assaults and retaking an island seized by enemy forces. They're also going to be sinking a ship off the Zambales province later on in April in a coordinated coastal artillery bombardment and airstrike. Okay, so they're not trying to be subtle as to what it is that they're conveying with the composition of this drill, right? I mean, clearly, if they're going to orchestrating a rehearsal for how to retake an island seized by enemy forces, and you're doing it in the same body of water just south of Taiwan, like the message is probably going to be received. And I don't know. I think I feel like we have to brace for being lectured that if we posit that anything that the U.S. does vis-a-vis Taiwan can't be said to have been a provocation or have contributed to the increase in tensions. We can't say that, because that means we're an apologist for the genocidal Communist Chinese Party. I feel like that's going to be the line. Yet any kind of rational evaluation of the impact of these exercises, to leaving aside all the other potential sources of tension escalation, just the exercises alone, I don't know how you could rationally deny that they represent some sort of provocation. It seems to me that is the point.
Well, I think that could be said, and you know me and my stance. I don't like war, so I think that could be said. I don't know that I could draw the conclusion that the point is to do that, other than saber rattle back, maybe. But are you saying that it's almost going too far, where they're actually trying to elicit the response?
If you rabble a saber at someone, aren't you trying to provoke them?
I mean, you're also. I mean, they've also been doing that. Is it a provocation, or is it kind of just kind of the way they do it, right? I mean, it's kind of like I don't know. I mean, I understand what you're saying, and again, you know my stance.
But doesn't the term saber rattle itself imply provocation? At least just to flesh out the point, okay? So
I think it
simultaneous to this drill happening, and yeah.
Go ahead. No, I think it implies strength.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, so yeah, projections of strength. I mean, if somebody is rattling a saber at me to project strength, I can still interpret that as a provocation. I wouldn't be totally unjustified for doing so. So just simultaneous to this historically massive naval exercise in the South China Sea, there's also the first intra-branch nuclear exercise happening as of this week as well. It's called Global Thunder. It's run by STRATCOM, which is the Strategic Nuclear Command of the U.S. military, and it's happening concurrently here. And today I was just researching some of what the commanders of STRATCOM have said in the recent past, and in July of last year, the commander of STRATCOM, his name is Admiral Charles Richard, said the following. Then this was at a defense industry event. So I'm fond of saying, as the commander of STRATCOM, you don't have the luxury of deterring folks one at a time. We have to love all children. You don't have to pay attention to them all. Oh, sorry, wrong quote. Here's the quote. Absence of provocation is not deterrence, and restraint alone in regional operations will not maintain strategic deterrence. So he's talking about how, in order to, quote, deter, you actually can't just exercise restraint. He's arguing against the utility of restraint given the current threat environment as he sees it. And he's saying that provocation is actually a strategy in his mind to conduct deterrence or to impose deterrence. So it seems that there's pretty explicit evidence that they're actually trying to provoke. Obviously, you can't tie that one statement to this particular drill or anything, but it seems like part of the logic that's operative now within the kind of high command of the U.S. Military and of the policymaking apparatus is that because of China's China gaining military power and because of its forging of newly close ties with Russia and so on, that there has to be a new sort of strategy of so-called deterrence that involves outright provocation. And it seems fair to infer that if you're going to simulate a incursion of Taiwan right on the vicinity of Taiwan, then that probably fulfills that goal of attempting to be provocative for a so-called strategic purpose.
Yeah, and it is.
There are. Sorry.
Go ahead, Mickey.
Is that right if I speak?
Yeah, go ahead, Mickey.
There are I think, for example, in Fujian across the water in China, China has built scale models of the Taiwanese capital, which you can look up on Google or satellite imagery, where they practice running troops and taking over Taiwan. And I think I'm not a military strategist, but I would say that a rational actor invades a country because they think they have a good chance of winning, and that deterrence and even provocation, the goal is to make your opponents feel like their chance of winning is lower than previously. And I would say probably even since the 90s or even before, most Taiwanese would argue that had it not been for the United States military, Taiwan would already be part of the communist China, and TSMC would belong to them as well. So I understand but it is a delicate dance, right? You need to show in this case, your opponent, that it is very difficult, that your chances of winning are less than you think, and that defenses are prepared. I think I'm grateful to the United States military for protecting Taiwan for this long.
Do you guys mind if I chime in real quick on the Stratcom thing?
Yeah, go for it, Emergency.
Yeah, I just wanted to add. So I actually, my brother actually works at Stratcom and is involved in the exercise Michael was referencing. So I would classify it more as I would classify it more as posturing than provocation. And I would say the difference is provocation is you want a response from the other side. Posturing is more like you're trying to put assets in play or in position to deter a response from the other side. So it is a very subtle, but I think it's an important distinction. I think when it comes to this sort, and a lot of the moves you see made on the Russia-Ukraine, like the Russia putting the tactical nukes in Belarus, I think a lot of this is posturing on both sides. And you hope it doesn't cross the line in being misperceived as provocatory.
Hey, can I ask you, as far as you know through your brother, is the Philippines, the joint exercise with the Philippines, is that operationally connected to the separate Stratcom nuclear exercise that's more global and has wider parameters? Like, was it intentional to have them occur simultaneously because there's some direct connection there? I'm actually not sure, so I'm wondering if you know.
Which specific exercise in the Philippines? If you give me a minute, I might need to just do some digging on it, but I wouldn't rule it out. But
it's the one we were just talking about, Balcatan. It's the largest ever joint U.S.-Philippines exercise happening right now in the South China Sea.
Okay, let me.
Okay, I'll drop it.
Let me do it.
I'll drop it in the chat for you. Give me 1 second. I've got it right here.
Okay.
Because that's the one I was talking about in terms of provocation, right? Not the Stratcom one, which maybe it's a provocation in other senses, but in terms of a more narrowly decipherable provocation toward China potentially, if you're going to simulate again, an incursion on a Taiwan-style island, then maybe that's a reasonable way to look at it. And that, to be clear, that's the joint U.S. Philippines exercise. But it's confusing because they both happen to be happening at the same time.
So while you're checking that, I just want to go to Liam, because I know you've got some thoughts on this. Go ahead.
The mention of Admiral Nimitz is timely, and it's true that probably as for a Western audience, we think of this differently than an Eastern audience might. And of course, the USS Nimitz is named after Chester Nimitz, who was a fleet admiral commanding American forces during the Second World War. Would have been a contemporary of Eisenhower's. I always like to think of him because when he was a junior officer, he ran his first command into the ground, was court-martialed for it, and cut off one of his own fingers by accident with a power tool, rose up to become the highest-ranking naval officer, one of the most famous serving members in the history of the United States Armed Forces. So if you're thinking you're having a bad day, Chester Nimitz is a fun person to think about. But I agree with the earlier comments that the invasion of Taiwan, if it comes, probably won't look like this. The Chinese probably won't put out a press release days in advance saying, hey, we're coming. Here's a giant exercise where we're mimicking the exact same thing. And oh, by the way, we're going to enforce a no-fly zone. This is to see what we will do. The reason this has been released as a press release and not, just an attack and disruption of communications and all the things we know about how attacks actually work is they want to see what we will do. They are testing the resolve of the American people. They are testing the internal politics of America to see if we will support our leader or if political divides will be more important, if, it will become more important to attack Sleepy Joe than to honor America's commitments overseas. And I just think it's really, really transparent the way they've done it. I don't think they could make it more transparent if they put up a big banner with a boogeyman on it and said, did their Hulk Hogan impression and said, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? And it's having the desired effect. In the spaces I've been on, I've seen, plenty of conversation involving, people saying, oh, do we want another war? Do we want another overseas war? Can we afford this? And can we afford Ukraine? Oh, but my taxes. And what will happen to the US dollar? China's holding so much of the sovereign debt. Like the fear-mongering aspect of this campaign has been fairly effective in that regard. And, to that extent, it's a fairly successful psyop. But, getting back to, the speaker earlier was making reference to the art of war. One of the things that the art of war sets down is when you are prepared to attack, you must appear unprepared. And when you are unprepared to attack, you must appear prepared. So the fact that they are showing the world these great feats of strength and, flexing their muscles means that they shall not attack. If they were going to attack, they would much prefer that we did not see it coming and there wouldn't be press releases on the subject. So as Americans, I just think it's careful to analyze how much bait to eat because, this is designed to make us fight with each other over how much appetite we have for this adventure. And of course, the response that China is looking for is division, fear, lack of confidence, and complaints about other issues.
I just want to bring in Nathan. Nathan, thanks for joining us. I know you've got some thoughts on this from your experience.
Oh, yeah, thanks so much. I appreciate it. I think, when we're talking about what's going on with Taiwan and China, what China's trying to do, is we have to understand that, the Communist Party has had a mandate to reunify China. So there is that ideological component, there is that area of national pride that's feeding into this equation. There's also this interesting area of nationalism that feeds into it, because as China's economy continues to slow down because of problems in its real estate sector, because it cannot be a consumption-driven economy and is so and increasingly dependent upon this very mercantilist, export-driven, investment-driven economy, it's going to need to find a way to essentially redirect attention. And a great way of doing that is by saber rattling, attacking the other, focusing on this outward ambitions, and picking fights with your neighbors. The interesting thing with that element, and you kind of see this with this wolf warrior diplomacy that's been going on. Well, the problem with that is you spook all your neighbors, and you now force this bandwagoning situation where you have this very aggressive neighbor that's right on your front doorstep with China, and then you have the United States, who is across the ocean, who's a lot farther away, and a lot of these other powers along, the first to second island chain. So you're looking at the Philippines, you're looking at Taiwan, you're looking at South Korea and Japan. It makes a lot more sense to try to, have a counterbalance or have someone like the United States as your ally for your own protection. Because in the world of international relations, it's about great power politics. I mean, there is a certain tragic element where the strong do what they will and the weak suffer what they must. And if you're not strong enough to protect yourself, you better have someone else in your corner who can protect you. And that's partially what the United States was doing in the Cold War. And you see the carry-on effects with South Korea and with Japan and with the emerging Quad relationship with, Australia and India getting pulled into the mix as well. So you see this relationship emerging. And so China's in this weird catch-22 situation where it's trying to advance its ambitions. It's become very, very wealthy. It's building out a blue water navy, but it's also somewhat on borrowed time. I know some other speakers have talked about the one-child policy, but when you begin to look at the population, the registration data on the provincial level, it is possible that China's population figures have been overstated by as much as 100 million, which is insane. That means that India is the most populous country in the world. It's quite possible that China's population has begun declining as soon as 2020 or so. But regardless, that big population boom that it had in the 90s and 2000s, where China was something like a quarter of all the world's working age population, is now beginning to age out. And when you had a very low dependency ratio because everybody's working and there weren't any kids or many senior adults to take care of, now that's reversing. You got to pay the piper. Now there's fewer and fewer workers trying to support older and older workers, and people realize that there's no kids to take care of them in their old age, so I have to save. And that aging out, where the median age in China is actually somewhat older than it is in the United States, quite arguably, that's pretty crazy. And that rapid aging effect is going to really harm China's ability to project power in the long term. Now, it does have some power that it can begin to leverage this decade. It has about, I would say, a 5 to 10 year window where it can maximize its
Yeah, Samad, do you really think they're not going to be back?
Well, I don't think that. I think that what it is this is like an agenda against us.
Yeah,
And
of course.
I believe that their hope is that they can impact enough people to come back. So if they change ideologically enough to come back, I just can't see it happening unless
Didn't another news outlet do the same thing and then come back?
It came back, yeah.
Okay.
PBS did 3 days, and and NPR and PBS are going to hold out longer, but they're eventually going to come back. I mean, it's just
Like before your thoughts. So
story.
because
Goodness,
Bitcoin,
right.
you think? Yeah, I agree as well. Because Bitcoin, you think they won't be back at all? You're following Slayman's footsteps. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, man. So over here, because Bitcoin, like we like to cover honest media coverage when it pertains to financial markets. And
I don't give you the mic to shill. I don't usually bring randoms up. I did an exception. You're the only exception so far today. You and Wayward.
No, he made a good point. He said honest media, so he said the mainstream media.
It's like don't. Just because he agrees with you, don't play that. I said because Bitcoin, we just cover honest media. Don't tell me it's not a shill, Slay, man. Go ahead, bro. Yeah. So, do you not think they'll be back because Bitcoin?
Yeah, I don't think so, man. I think they're not going to be given a second chance because, what Elon's doing.
What do you mean? Sorry, what do you mean not given by a second chance? By who? Who's giving them a second chance?
That would be Elon. I don't think they're going to be coming back.
No, but Elon's not the one that banned them, bro.
to-
They still can go back on. They can still treat their account still there, not suspended. So I don't think it's Elon.
Elon will always.
Yeah,
he'll always take his money. Yeah, man.
yeah, they're gonna come back. They're gonna buy the blue tick, and Elon, this is gonna be cropped, and Elon's gonna reply. Right, go ahead, Simon. Let me say, I've got a nice snippet to crop it in 6 months. Elon, they're gonna come back. They're gonna buy the blue tick, and Elon's gonna either tweet or comment saying thanks for your money.
Yep, 100%.
Now,
not 6 months.
In the next,
after Biden's out of office.
Damn it. Okay, Slayman, what's up?
I was just gonna back my boy Bitcoin up, and what he's trying to say is that you'll have a scenario where they'll only come back if Elon's willing to basically do some concessions, and he thinks that Elon won't. That's what you're trying to say?
What concessions are you can even give?
Yeah. That's now because Bitcoin. Look, Slayman. Look, I know you're trying to suck up to get some good press. You gotta stop.
The issue with these publications is that they get a lot of traffic from social media, and if they leave social media, like that one company, the name escapes me. I know what you mentioned it, Mario. You didn't mention the name, but you did mention that there was a publication that decided to quit Twitter.
It was CBS.
CBS. Yes, that's right. Yeah, basically an intern or someone at middle management decided that they were going to quit because they were upset at Elon Musk, right? It was an ideological move. And then the executives, the people who actually control the purse strings, they stepped in when they saw the metrics at the end of the week. They were like, wait a second, why is traffic down by 30%, right? What's going on here? Did you guys
Ian,
on Twitter? What the fuck are you doing? That's the bottom line, right? If I was a guy at NPR or PBS, and they do have purse string guys there, right? They're going to be like, did we seriously just lose 20% of our revenue because you want to make a point? Get back on there.
This is a genuine question.
Yeah, ask your shitty question a bit. Trash?
Yeah, so we're still.
Yeah,
I'm still waiting.
Hold on, Slayman. Hold on. Slayman, 2 seconds, bro. Just trash. Go ahead, trash.
Yeah, I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting on 75% of Hollywood to go to Canada. I'm still waiting on 30% of this country to go to Canada or out of the country. No one's left. I'm just not seeing it.
Slayman?
So my point was this, and this is mainly to Ian, but to anyone really. What you're talking about is when you do things on a rational basis, but we're not living in that society anymore. In the current society, people are so ideologically driven that they're willing to make losses for their ideology. No, let me. I'll provide some proof. So, as an example, again, I don't want to keep bringing him up, but he's just a good example of these issues. So, Kanye West gets cancelled, the company makes a significant loss. Right, but it's because there's an ideology behind it. Similarly, when you look at the liberal leftist media, a lot of the times they've cancelled people based on that.
But this is okay. Before
Mario, my article was cancelled, even though it got millions of views because of ideology that basically.
Okay, all right. So Simon, let me answer back. How much do you think the media outlet lost by canceling your article or canceling some influencer. Very small percentage, if any. Okay, Kanye leaving, no one left Twitter forever because of Kanye. Very minimal impact.
No. From Adidas, Adidas lost billions or the millions.
No, but that's because but there's a financial incentive as well. There was a backlash if they kept working with him. So you have to look at the other side.
No, they made a huge they made a huge financial loss.
Yeah,
but
they had two financial losses, two options, because they could have the whole brand cancelled. Look what happened with Balenciaga. They could have the whole brand, the cancel culture right now. So it's like everyone's like, we'll take a small hit by removing that, or we're risking the entire brand. And I haven't looked into it. I'm just trying to make the argument without actually looking into it. But like, I'll tell you the other example. NPR. Let's just see. CBS is a good example. NPR or PBS, the two now that no longer going to use Twitter. The impact they will have from Twitter, as Ian pointed out, will be a lot more significant than the examples you gave. But let's kind of finish it off with the bet.
I don't know.
Right.
I'd say that the Kanye example is a much more extreme example of someone taking a huge loss. All
right, so let's do it. All right, so Simon, if you're right,
example. Hey guys, there's a better example, and Trash alluded to it in what he posted up recently, which is that Twitter took a $1.1 billion loss in 2020 because they were shutting everybody off the freaking platform.
Hold on, Jim. Okay. So they had. Okay, so you just made a statement that the loss is because they were shutting everyone off the platform. Is that the statement you made?
In part, certainly.
Okay, how big of a part?
Oh, well, more than half of it.
Okay, and where's Jim, where's the source? Where's the source that more than half of it is because they were shutting people down?
I'm making an estimate. What I'm saying is this, and it happened to me too. Nobody could say anything. Everybody and the whole discussion in 2020 was about COVID, about lockdowns, everything that they were platforming against.
Jim, everyone was censoring. Everyone was censoring. As well as other platforms, they're doing really well, and Twitter is not.
No, but I understand that. But the revenue and the loss, the P&L is within Twitter and within Twitter activity.
I'm just saying, Jim. I'm just saying, I don't have access yet. I'll let you. I'll let you counter. I'll let you counter me. Just 2 seconds, bro. Jim, I'm just saying that I think there's a lot of reasons Twitter lost money, not just because they were shutting people down. And if shutting people down was really hurting their bottom line, don't underestimate how important capitalism is and how much people care about money. But Simon, go ahead.
No. So what it is, Mario, you're looking at this in a you're just looking at one issue and then breaking it down. But look at it from a holistic point of view. This is the ideology. Within the ideology, they care more about the ideology than actually making.
No, I disagree with that statement.
I'll give many examples. Look at cities. You've got basically London, Toronto, Los Angeles, where they're basically spending millions and millions of pounds painted the cities a certain way when people are dying on the streets. There's huge amount of homelessness. Ideologies.
How's that related to a business making money?
No, I'm giving you examples.
You're not giving me examples. Give me examples of businesses losing money. I'm not saying ideologies don't have impact, but they have less impact than money. People care about money more than they do ideologies.
Yeah, so I've given you one. I'll give you Kanye, and Jim gave you Twitter. And we could do
your Kanye's. Who gave me Twitter? Twitter is all not Jim's example of no numbers and he's made up numbers, and your examples of Kanye with again. No. Yeah, Jim, you said 50%.
Numbers. He said 1.1. What was the number? 1.1 billion or 1.1?
Yeah, but there was no link that this is because they're shutting people down. Unless I'm wrong.
They had Hey, hold on, Mario. They had a $2 billion swing in profit. They went from a 1.
Yeah, but there's a million. Jim. Okay. So hold on.
2020. Disney and their woke ideology.
Okay, let's hold on, bro. 2 seconds, Simon. Can you? You're moving to another one. Let's finish Twitter, and then you can try Disney on me.
No. There's the money. I'm talking about money.
Yeah, I know you're talking about money, but let me finish Twitter first, because you're using it as an example. Let me shut that one down, and then we move to the Disney example. With Twitter.
Good luck.
All right, so good luck. You didn't give me any numbers, and you seem very confident.
No,
just 2 seconds. Causation. Jim, can you just 2 seconds, bro? Causation and correlation are very different things. All I'm saying is that all other platforms were also censoring. Go look at their numbers relative to Twitter. They're not losing money.
Yeah, actually, their revenues were going down. Now, no, they weren't losing money. Twitter was already in a bad position.
What do you mean their revenues went down? Hold on. Just so you know.
Hold on. Hold on just a second, Mario. Hold on. Listen, Facebook and Google, they run better companies than Twitter ever did before Elon.
Okay, that has nothing to do with
censoring.
okay, that has nothing to do with censoring.
In a negative place doesn't.
That has no.
Doesn't make your point.
It makes my point. There's no current.
No, everybody's revenues went down, but even if they were still making a profit, their revenues were going down.
Yeah, but that's not because they're but Jim, that's not because they're censoring people.
Yes, no. Social media is all about engagement.
Listen, okay. They didn't censor that many people for engagement died. Look, I can tell you if you find me
What are you talking about?
Can you stop screaming for a sec so we can move on to Disney? It's getting a bit frustrating, man. Send me a report that correct, because I've looked into this. I'm an advertiser. I have companies that advertise on these platforms. I understand why revenue went down. Companies freaked out and stopped advertising. The economy all shut down. Everyone was losing money. All advertisers were losing money. Let's make that clear. Usage blew up because everyone was sitting home. So the numbers in terms of usage blew up. Not people were shutting down. They were shutting so many people down that usage dropped. So just look at the numbers and come back with the argument. Disney's probably
their usage did go down.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Look, get me.
When you talk about interaction,
Jim, you're making Jim. I understand, Jim. You're making a point. Maybe your point is right. Get me numbers though, and then back it up, and then we can have a discussion. But I think it's worthless going back and forth like this. I could be wrong. I don't mind. If you get me numbers, I'll be like, shit, you're right. But just quickly, I want to wrap it up with the Disney example, Sleiman.
Yeah, of course. So if you, because again, you want a specific example about revenue. So if you look at Hollywood in total and Disney as well as another example within that, you've got a scenario where woke culture or liberal leftist ideology has permeated that industry to the extent where they're making movies, you know, all female cast or male superheroes being replaced by female superheroes, and all their movies or Disney changing is, you know, the way it used to be when it was more geared towards children and putting woke ideas in. And that industry, the entire movies are making huge losses, significant losses. People aren't going to watch their movies, and yet they continue to do it for year after year after year. Ideology.
No, but you're saying that the losses are just because of the ideology, because they're woke movies?
Of course, bro.
Okay, why?
So when you're seeing non-woke movies within there, they're doing well. So you had like the new Spider-Man that did really well.
Right.
So when you have kind of certain examples of movies which don't follow these trends, they're doing well. But when you're basically forcing people to watch something they don't want to watch based on ideology, you're going to lose money, and they're losing money.
That's all over that industry.
So
there's a weird perverse incentive for creating woke products, right? It's ESG. This is why wokeness is like such a cancer, because they're producing really bad things. Like, for instance, Netflix, they make a lot of terrible shows. They don't do very well. They get canceled after a season. Extremely woke, you know, the messaging, the cast, the directors, the people they pick. It's just a clusterfuck, right? You compare that to, I don't know, HBO, which is not really woke at all, or Amazon Prime, which, you know, has The Boys, for example. These companies, they're willing to take a financial hit to make an ideological point, because
I think so. I don't disagree with that one, but
right?
it's how I wouldn't put it as far as it's more important. Let me just go back to the example. Is Avatar woke? I don't watch movies, so is Avatar considered woke?
It's not.
Okay.
It's not.
Is Super Mario Bros. Is that woke?
No, it's not. It's not political.
Ant-Man?
Yeah, it was actually a great
Ant-Man
movie.
is not political.
Ant-Man. Okay, Creed 3?
Nope.
It wasn't woke at
What
all.
about, what about that girl movie?
Hold on. Just 2 seconds. Sorry, 2 seconds. Sorry. Is John Wick? No. Puss in Boots? Yes or no? No. Scream 6?
No,
oh shit, they're
not
still
woke
doing
at all.
Scream. Scream 6, is that woke?
I would say it's kind of a mix. It's not really woke. Like, I wouldn't call it woke, but it's definitely contemporary.
Last, I'm going 3 more. Megan, M3GAN. It's a horror movie, so I'm guessing. 2 more. Dungeon and Dragons.
Nope, I just watched. Actually, Dungeons and Dragons is
Not woke.
kind
Yeah, it
of
wasn't
woke,
woke either.
but not really. Like,
And last
it's
one,
more like
last one's
Fast and Furious,
Cocaine,
right?
Cocaine Bear.
No, it's definitely not woke.
Definitely not.
Okay.
So
I don't watch movies.
let's go to Disney.
So hold on.
Let's
that
go
was
to Disney.
that was an
What
honest
about
media movie,
Frozen,
man.
which has female empowered heroines, which was actually, if I got this
I don't
right,
consider that
the
woke.
second. Well, yeah, you should, because you said these female
Why is it woke?
heroines are taking over.
No, the point I'm making, just this. We'll do a wokeness.
I like Frozen. I like the sequel. Like, seriously, they're good movies. They tell a good story. And they're not
So just
woke.
the point I'm making, Simon, is I agree, guys, that ideology will impact bottom line, and sometimes they will make decisions. But in general, net numbers and money will matter more than ideologies. People, do crazy things for money. I just read the 10 movies they spent the most money on. and all of them you guys considered
not
non-woke.
woke.
So
No.
yeah, exactly. So I just think that again, they will play a role, and I'm sure that it'll impact their bottom line, but
I'll
not
tell
to
you
an
what the woke
extent.
movies are, Mario. Like, I can't name them off the top of my head, but they're the movies that win Academy Awards. They don't do well in theaters at all, and there is zero interest in these films. Nobody wants to watch them. They're not.
So Ian, what would be this kind of final point? What would be your? When do you think? How long do you think? Ian, question for you. How long do you think before NPR and the other one come back to Twitter?
It really depends on how they get their money, right? I mean, do they get their money through traffic, through advertising, or is it through donors? I mean, NPR has a very firm base of listeners, and they're going to use this as a way to crusade, basically. Like, they'll be on their radio shows, right? Their main income is basically radio, right? Ira Glass, for example. They're going to say, look, Twitter is a bad place full of racists, and that we need your help because more than ever now we have made an ideological stance. We will not stand for hate speech, and we will not stand for being smeared as merchants or peddlers of misinformation. And we need your help more than ever, and we appreciate your donation because at the end of the day, we only serve one person, and that is you, the listener. You know, I mean, you see YouTubers doing this as well. They claim to be censored, like they get banned for some stupid reason. Maybe they post porn, maybe they post something that is not allowed on Twitter's guidelines or something, or even YouTube's guidelines. And then they're like, "Oh my God, big tech is attacking me. I'm a victim. Send me money, send me your donations." Like, a lot of YouTubers make that their bread and butter, right?
They're gonna get rich. They're gonna get rich.
Yeah,
it's a good thing for them.
Guys, so do you think, I want to propose a question before Mario wraps
No,
up.
just before you do. So just Jim, back to your point. I just looked up the stats. So when COVID kicked in, Twitter. But first, Trash, what were the monetizable daily active users that you read out that they are now?
Yeah, 237.8
Jesus,
million.
man, this is fucking mental. Do you know that at the beginning? First of all, let me counter Jim's point. Jim, usage went up. Didn't only go up. It went up when COVID started, 24% in the beginning of COVID. That's how much growth.
It could have gone up.
Yeah, they were banning people.
I'm still looking up other numbers, so I can't answer everything just yet. But go ahead and say it. I'm listening.
No, it's not, that's only one stat. Not asking questions. Just saying that usage went up. Daily active users went up.
And
24%.
it gone up even higher. They're higher than ever before, right? Under Elon.
No, I'm saying during COVID.
During
but
COVID,
now to that point, 230, Ian. Trash was reading out the numbers. It was 166 at the beginning of COVID, where everyone was sitting on their social media platform doing nothing but just chatting.
Yeah.
It went up. Since then it went up by 40% from 166 to 230, whatever it is.
Yep, that's correct.
That's crazy. Less than that, but still.
People stopped using Facebook too. I mean, there's a big reason for that, right? Not only did COVID exacerbate this migration to online media, to social media, Facebook started clamping down on free speech, which made a lot of people come to Twitter, believe it or not, right? Same thing on Instagram. People migrated to TikTok because there's less moderation there.
Well, there were so many government lies coming out during that time.
Okay.
There are a ton of people who didn't believe the stories from the start about the vaccine.
Yep.
Can I say something quickly?
Yeah, just I mean, if it pertains to this issue, yeah.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, we're talking about woke and profitability. So, Twitter was never profitable, and when Elon bought it, it had an unusually high amount of institutional investors. It was owned by
No. Okay. First of all, I've got data. Like, let's not talk in authority or hyperbole. Go review the data. It's down in the chat. It wasn't profitable 2018, 2019. It was profitable at 1.2 and 1.4 billion, and then it was losing money again. Like, can we please stop just being over precise? Like, we need to be precise if we're having this conversation. So, sorry, I didn't mean to mute you, but let's bring it down a little bit.
Okay, well, it did not generate a large amount of profit in general over the course of the time that it was running, right? And it had an unusually high amount of ownership by institutional investors, such as Vanguard and places like that. Well, and you have to figure that those are mostly invested in by people are paying a financial advisor to buy into those, right?
Okay, we're going.
So you have three layers of
way. We're way out of bounds. Okay, so if we want to be precise, if you're referring to the BlackRocks, the State Streets, the Vanguards, they have anywhere between 7% and 12% of any given blue chip company. I mean, I can go through because trust me, I've gone down this road. Mario, this is not the place to do this. I'm telling
No,
you.
I don't know what he's talking. I have no idea what he's talking about. So just to be honest.
Trash.
And let's move on. Let's close it out.
Trash. Do you think Twitter eventually has to move on to?
No, I've got
an
sorry,
open
I've got
source, like,
yeah, just I've
blockchain?
got oh that's another rabbit hole because Bitcoin. Let's not go there either. So I've got the numbers here for profitability.
Okay.
So up to 2020, because ChatGPT doesn't have after that. So if anyone can get me 21, 22, it'd be
I
good.
have those,
But-
Mario.
Oh shit! Of course you do.
I sent them to you.
Ah, cool. Yeah, I didn't see them.
In the chat.
Oh, and also Trash has them in the chat.
Here's the
Perfect.
thing with earnings, you can look them up.
So
They're
yeah,
public,
so 2013, so 2006 not available, 712 is not public. 2013 minus 645 million. 2014 minus half a billion.
What
2015
line are you
minus half a
reading?
billion. Now I'm just reading from ChatGPT.
Is that net income or loss?
That's
I'm
net loss.
looking at it right.
Yeah, so Trash, you got the numbers. What were the losses? What were the numbers for 2013 till
In
today?
the context of that, the problem with Twitter is not just that it's
Wait,
not
well,
making
here, let
money,
me.
right? It's that it's expanding too much. Buying.
Yeah, let me explain it.
Let
This
me
will
go
be
through the numbers, guys.
understandable.
Let's go through the numbers. I'm curious.
Okay, so 2019, 20, and 21, their revenue increased every year. 3.5 billion in 19, 3.7 billion in 20, and over 5 billion in 21. However, their cost of doing business expenses rose at a faster pace. Okay, so their total costs and expenses went from 3 billion over that time period to 5.5 billion, which resulted in a loss. At the same time, they're in the market buying back stock. Okay, so there's a lot of ways they were managing their cash flow that led to sort of wider losses.
I like name. I've got a gentleman. Go ahead, Trash. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's different ways you can look at these, but like their revenue kept increasing.
Hold on, Trash. Yeah, go ahead, Trash.
All right, so I've got the P&L. All right, so 2013 minus 645 million. And look, keep in mind, from 2012 to 2013, it went from a loss of 80 million to a loss of 645 million. That's really interesting to note, especially if you look at all the users that onboarded during that time. That's another conversation. 2014, negative 577 million. This is profit loss. 521 and 15, 456 and 16, 108 and 17. So between 16 and 17, it was a $300 million difference while it was trending 10%. That's interesting. Now, it dropped from 2016 of a profit and loss of negative 456 million to 108 million. And then it jumped to a profit. It jumped to a profit of 1.25 billion in 2018 and jumped to another profit in 2019 of 1.465 billion. And then 2020 dropped to a loss of 1.1 billion. That's quite a swing.
All right, so I think we've gone way over time, guys. Appreciate all coming in. I was going to do the bet. Let's do it just in the comments, and you could just DM it to me. But it was a good space. I think we should continue. We haven't finished the thread, so I want to continue going through the thread. We'll do that tomorrow. Thanks, Clement, for writing the thread, and for the team of helping put the videos. And yeah, appreciate it all. See you all tomorrow. Get some rest. Thanks, everyone.
Get some rest. Thanks.
Bye, guys.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.